get ready for the success, but remember to stay alive for as long as it takes to find you. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to this fascinating art form of streaming. While you have been gone, there has been a few improvements with the sound settings and whatnots. Now, whether that is something that you can tell is a different story, but in my mind we are a better set than ever. Aforismilla sisään hyvinkin. Mulla on jotain kirjoja, mistä pystyy poimimaan sellaisia erinomaisia. En tietenkään nojannut yhteenkään sellaiseen, mutta olisin saattanut. Ja ehkä palautteen pohjalta tulen tekemään niin jatkossa. Pardon the Finnish partition of this episode. Shall not happen again. No, so the last time, for those who weren't able to participate, we did have quite a few good games, I'd say. We won some and we lost some, meaning our score was 1-1, I think. And most importantly, we learned that it would be very good skill to practice some map specific strategies, or at least play styles. Now the map pool in this case, out of the 7 maps that we have available to us in this ranked ladder, there are only 2 which have any water, so those would be 4 lakes and MegaRandom occasionally. And having any sort of build order for that, kind of maps would be very good, since my last attempt at 4 lakes was not necessarily subpar, but it was a bit all over the placey, one might say. And while that didn't cost us the game, it was probably there were multiple factors, such as our opponent's skill level, which was unbeatable for us, but still it would give some more confidence to our act if we had a clue about what we are doing. But since this is supposed to be first and foremost fun hobby, we are not going to stress that too much, because the skill will eventually come. And the other thing that was noticeable in the last day's performance was the speed with which people can operate their games or fulfill their dreams, especially against the most talented players that I have faced. I have come to notice that they don't get lost as easily as I do. So while I may be struggling to keep my army alive while building a few farms, they necessarily don't. And then my very clever idea of throwing some units at their general direction and hoping that they would lose their minds trying to defend against that is not as efficient as I would perhaps hope that it would be, since they can, with enough speed and experience, defending against some random units here and there is not too tall an order. I've come to know this. So that's something we are trying to achieve during our journey. But luckily, since we are still very young, at least I am, and I hope that that applies to us all, we still have a solid 100 years or so to achieve the level we are now dreaming about. Now only just dreaming about. And only just streaming about today. But those would be a few easy things, I'd say. Somewhat easy things. Meaning that they shouldn't be too hard to get better at. Like improving speed and what's the way? Zura called it mechanics. Yes, so that he has a rather good mechanics when it comes to playing this game, and that, in his opinion, helped his journey from the beginner stage upwards. And I'm at this stage thinking that that's something that can be rather easily improved by learning learning new shortcuts and faster ways of doing things, and also trying to learn the essential actions from the ones that are nice to have but not necessarily game changing, at least in the good direction, that is winning position or more fun way. Not necessarily this game isn't necessarily about winning all the time, but just having a quality game where you feel like you've played well is a very, very good thing to aim at, in my opinion. Now what do we do? In the past no, we don't need that. I've enjoyed trying to harass my opponent with a few archers, and since we don't have any water here, we might try to do something like that, just for the sake of it. Based on the score, I'm not an expert, of course, but I dare to presume that our opponent is we don't need it there. Is scouting, so probably looking for us or any kind of person that might be befriended or worth befriending later on. Oh no, we have been, well, wasting some time here and there is very suitable thing, and never killed anyone, so we are not getting too troubled by that. Of course, now that the score jumped, that's one of the things that the more professional players than me are able to do, that is to keep an eye on the score and then deduce from that whether the opponent might be clicking up to the next age, for example. So since we got quite a huge amount of points as did they. I could have also deduced that they have clicked their way up to the next age instead of just doing any scouting. But it was still a very nice guess. Aztecs in general tend to enjoy their either... Well, we have some cold gatherers. Let's see how many. So 3. Alright. Sadly they were just able to witness my archer if they were looking carefully. And now they are. Boom boom. Or at least they should be. Well, what we can do, and this is of course a very good idea in every situation, is to speak while thinking, because that's the best way to get better at that skill. And the other thing we can try to do is make some easy aggression happen. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. First skill of the day. Okay, so town bell was hit, and that's usually not something that very advanced players might be doing, but could have been just something to make me question my life choices. I don't know for sure, but since we shall eventually get to slingers as well, I don't know why they would want to try to play this the way they started. Well, we'll see. But our very clever idea now is to transition to fastish castle age, as my opponent is doing right now. Well, he was still alive. Good for him. And now there are a few skirmishers. We don't mind about that too much. We still get the best eagle warriors. The spearman was quite odd, since I am Incas, so I don't generally get any. Alright, at least it takes some effort to... That was a lucky kill. To get any mounted units that usually shine against or that spearmen shine against. So I don't know whether that was just something that felt a generally good idea to do. Presumably that is the case. Now we are going to create a few extra archers just for the sake of it, and see whether there are anything we can try to do to harass our opponent before the reversal happens to us. But so far, since our valiant opponent Westigor has lost a few... Oh, how long have these been idle? Well, unlike our society tends to tell us, it's very important to have a break every now and then. So here's the army, but we don't really need gold, so I think we can just ignore that for now. And get a nice new town center where? Not there. Let's make it happen there. And then we have our capable soldiers here as well. Dun da dun da da dun da da dun da dun da da dun da da. I don't mind losing a few villagers since I can always create more of them. As was... Ooh, okay, well, I could have paid a little attention there, but of course I was too busy winning. And when you are too busy winning, there is no way to cover or recover from happenings such as that. Na 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 na. Goodbye. It was nice having you. And then off to the attack we go. I don't know if it should, but we have wasted enough time here in this town. Na 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 na. So do 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 do. Skirmisher was lost, but the war rages on. And they are still a long way from Castle Age, so probably like 15 seconds, but still, since I haven't been keeping count. And we are again lacking some firepower. Because one of the ideas we did have was to create these eagle warriors, and I think we could add a few, and just a few archers to top it off. Our opponent is presumably fully walled at this point and trying to cleverly, in my opinion, play time so that they can get to the Castle Age without losing too much or anything. So what's going on here? Archers and skirmishers, okay. I think we can try to sneak a few villages around, and perhaps it would be a good idea to also secure this position before we are pressured further than we currently are. Now we don't have too many upgrades on any of our units. And this na. Perhaps this gives us just enough time to get there, yes. So we are sort of playing with our food here, as you may be able to tell, because we haven't done any serious upgrades. We are not booming as we could, and we have been losing units here and there, as we are very fond of doing, but promised that we would never again do. So there's that. And now we also gave our opponent a chance to get rid of our archers that were trying to do their best securing us this position where we are in. This is very odd, I would say. only just slowly learning the like getting the sense of the game and the rhythm of the game. Like, how are we doing? That's something that I find hard to map in my mind. Like, are we winning, or how is it going? We could try to get a few relics. That's always a good idea, of course. And while we are at it, we can try to also add a supportive building and then steal their gold, which is a national trauma to Aztecs, but this is only a game, so perhaps we shouldn't dwell too much on that. Now we have been on the third age for quite a bit longer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that our opponent wouldn't have time to gather armies, and if they have been taking better care of them than we, as we can tell here, they have been, then they probably have a few more units alive than we do. And now we can just skip past or dance past these skirmishers, hopefully, and then try to get rid of these other units. And that's how one might go about winning a numerically greater army. Of course, we also have the quality to support us. I should have shot the villages first, but and also we should have chosen the segment of wall that wasn't protected by the wood. So a few relics would be nice thing to have, and if we ever get more gold, then gold is also a thing that we could try to invest in. So let's go and have a look. So there's a defensive castle, quick wall attempt. We perhaps get this. So even though the castle will go up, we will have a chance to get a few villagers while waiting for that to happen. So what else is going on? Jaguar warriors, another terrible choice, of course. A few monks picked, that's nice. Town bell rang again. And there indeed is an overchop here. Okay. So things are looking dire in a sense, even though there are no like major problems, I would say. But since we haven't actually done very good job at putting pressure to our opponent, and this tells me that oh, luckily I had these archers around. What a happy coincidence. Okay, so few soldiers lost there, a few soldiers idling economy here. That's good. And dun 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 dun. Perhaps we could try to get a few villages or archers. Would be even better. To harass the economy here. What? We need houses? So this is a new thing. Dun, 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 dun. Now, I would claim that at this point we are in a very firm, we have a firm control of the game, since they shouldn't have too many things working for them, and we are floating resources, and we haven't really had any major losses. We are throwing soldiers away, of course, here and there, but the price we are paying is very small in comparison to the status our opponent should be in. But they still have that going for them, that we haven't really... Oh, there's an additional castle. Good for you. But I don't know if that's going to be... Like, of course it's going to give them something to tell to their families about and all. It's always a nice thing to have a castle, but what does it actually do? I don't know. And now there can't be too many villagers in that town center working for the empire or anything, so I don't know. But this is a very good start. I'd like to think that this is a very good, if not practicing game, but like ease start for the stream. But here they have been here for like quite some time, and while I'm losing soldiers, they are also having a few villages that are not achieving too much. So, oh well, I lost a few archers there maybe. And what else? Like, we have everything a civilization could ask for, except for peace. So there's always something to do. No, 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 no. So they have been building new villages there, it seems. So good for them, and perhaps we can add a new Mongol or two. And what have we here? Nice villager, yes. Perhaps the change of age will be trigger enough to... Oh no. Well, something had to give in for them to call the game, unless they have a very solid idea about their future. Because I have been a little slow in this approach of booming and trying to improve my status, but right. There it was. Oh, I could have noticed that. It's so very close. One of the things I've been saying over and again is the vitality of scouting, and here I'm just a screen away from finishing the game, perhaps, because red doesn't have any other wood source. That's also something I could have noticed and verified from just wasting a unit or two or a couple of seconds of their time and scouting a bit and doing some thinking would have been helpful. And I also lost a citizen there, but there shall be a nice grave for their honor later on. Okay, so the interesting thing now is to try to make sense of our opponent's idea. They may not have noticed that I'm Incas since they built the spearmen in the beginning, so that felt like a routine thing to do. Let's just add one in case there are scouts incoming, sort of thing. So perhaps that didn't affect their game style too much either. But I would say that the build order they have in place is probably quite good, since when comparing populations in this timeline graphic, we can tell that they had a real army. Perhaps as a slight, it could have been a slight overreaction and passiveness that helped me, so that postponed their castle age, this army build up, and it didn't achieve much. But we can check with capture age's help. Just a moment to see how this looks. From the overall point of view, or the spectator's point of view. But at this point I reckon that had my opponent been more aggressive, or had they responded in a more not necessarily clever way, but in a more reasonable way to this early aggression, then based on the fact that they had this economical lead in villages at least, and walls set up in place and everything, it felt like they had this plan that if they would have been able to stick to that, then they're even pushing deer. Like, this is something that I tried 15 minutes later and failed. Here. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Do do do. Da da da. Do do do. And then I had more important tasks that needed my attention. Whereas my opponent has no such problems. Even walling. So first of all, short walls, and then after further scouting, extending those. So what I was expecting was either eagle play or monks play, so castle age in any case, but I don't know if there are any hints. Well, they do have a few eagles in production and a few spearmen, so early aggression was in their books, which is a good thing, but they may not have realized the civilization they are against, that if I'm ever coming to harass them, it's not going to be on horseback. Not only on ethical reasons, but also for practicalities. Because of practicalities. So perhaps there's this idea of having few eagles couple of spearmen to support them in case there are any scouts or just to secure the base. And then there is archery range and another hidden one on the back or the back side of the base. So double archery range. But I can't see any products. I don't know if that was just a panic mistake or whether they thought that they are going to need. Well, it seems that they are playing it feudal, which is alright. At least at this stage, and against me that would be a good thing to do. Now, since I only have barracks, I have one archer range. I can't keep up with the production if they are producing huge numbers, but the combination, they have 5 eagles on the field, 4 archers, 2 skirmishers. That would be a good army if it wasn't sitting here, but was instead here behind this wood line, for example, because I would have nothing to defend that with, or defend against that with. I'm just trickling these units, as you can tell, one archer here and another one coming over, bypassing the army of theirs. So the idea is solid, but I don't know why the position was such that they had a knowledge that there's a lumber camp here, but they were more focused on the cold. And they hit me right when I hit castle age, so I was lucky in a sense that I didn't have to withhold this for much longer. And now they are even stonewalling while they have solid army numbers. And by chance, basically, I have this eco kill death ratio of 3-0 at this point, because there were a few weaker villagers that I was able to kill. And now, by splitting the army, if all those archers were here as well, I would have had more trouble getting rid of these eagles. And now I lost one villager here. No, I didn't lose a single villager here, but I lost one here and 2 went down at the gold mines since I wasn't watching. So having a slightly more zoomed out point of view might also be helpful. But I'd still state that while splitting my attention was good in a sense, that they could have killed all the woodcutters here, or at least more than just 3 villagers, by running all of the army here, because there were no walls, there was nothing. And perhaps they would still have an eagle or 2 alive. But, well, would have to simulate that later on to be sure. But still, the scary looking army has trickled down in numbers. Very much like I have a habit of doing or being a victim of. And here I'm not patrolling, and that's why I lost the other archer, or at least most of the HP of that, for no good return. It's also weird, in my opinion, that they are not camping on this hill, instead giving me a chance to attack them from the hill. But that's like a very small thing, but when you are 8 down and not necessarily too eager to lose your army, since they still have the numbers, I think that just having this army on this hill would have prevented me from moving in. So I would be forced to stay here, or forced to back down to my city if followed. So there are like a few things that I'm curious about. And now we are, even though I've been Castle Age for a few minutes, we are only now even, or even, still even on villagers. Eco KD is equal. And what? They sold food and bought food and sold wood. How did I miss that? Is there a way to see statistics somewhere? Like, can I verify that very easily by doing some clever tricks? I'll have to practice this thing. All right, or just pressing page up might help. Thank you, anonymous viewer Husafb, for that note. Yeah, and if I had checked market prices, I would have noticed that they are forced to rust themselves to Castle Age, which would be a good sign for me, of course. But that tells me that the underwhelming aggression that I threw at them perhaps threw them a bit off, because there was no reason to create 5 skirmishers, for example. I had a few archers, but just creating a few extra eagles, for example, instead of having skirmishers that can't really attack the economy of ours, is a very curious thing. In my opinion, but that's perhaps the level of mind games that we are having at this level, when we are playing at this level. It's very easy to expect something with very vague hints. And one might also argue that my approach was off, in a sense that I invested in fletching quite early while only having a few archers. So if my opponent checked my stats and noticed that okay, there are upgrades on the archers, then that's usually a giveaway that since we have invested in blacksmith that we are not hesitating to use, then we are probably going to create loads of more of those archers. And since we did have 5, 6, 7 or some villages on gold, which is mostly needed for archers, so that's the like the benefit of playing with people who respect you, I dare to say. That if they knew that I don't know what I'm doing, or that my eco might be tipped off, that I might gather extra gold without having a real use for that right away, they wouldn't have expected me to go mass archers, but perhaps they could have thought that I'm just clueless and it's time to push now that they have a chance. And that could also be the reason why they chose to split the forces to try to get my attention away while fighting at 2 places at the same time, just in order to harass the gold gathering, even though that wasn't that important to me at that point of game. Whereas losing access to wood would have been, at least for a while, since I didn't have any other place to collect wood from. Playing with single town center, of course, not having reached Castle Age and not having any other lumber camp in place. So perhaps there were like valid reasons for my opponent to play as they did. And me knowing my level of capabilities for meta play, that is the optimal type of playing the game. Well, it's easy for me to know since I know that I'm not too capable, and it's hard for my opponent to know since things might look very valid. And of course this was a very good build, even if they aren't. And I expect that whenever reaching the higher levels, if that's even going to be possible, these sort of tricks will become that much more harder. So that if I show up with 2 archers scattered here and there, my opponent might do 2 archers to counter them, and then micro them to perfection, kill them both, lose 0 of the life force of theirs, and then push on instead of building 2 archer ranges and spamming skirmishers that then wait at their city's walls for me to eventually attack. And I don't think archers or ranged units are something that Aztecs are really shining at, so if that was the plan, then very good. But if that was a reaction, then that must have been must have felt terribly or terrible in a sense that it ruined the idea they might have had, be it going to mass scouts or mass eagles and then perhaps a few jaguar warriors here and there and back it up with monks, who knows. Don't know, perhaps time will tell whether it's better to come with very weak plans or no plans at all, or to have a solid plan and then be forced to change it altogether. VS1 sulla versus 1. I'm not getting that. Help! BS. All right. Why didn't I see that 16 stone miners of my opponent? Well, okay, so my chat is lagging and leaving messages out from the picture, so is there anything I can trust at this stage? Oh, thanks. Luon numeroa ylempi viesti. Yeah, good advice, thanks. Who has time for that? Yeah, I don't know whether investing in castles was that good approach when my opponent should have known that they are behind. Like, of course they could have presumed that this is a weak economy push, but they had witnessed the second town center earlier while the ranged units walked past that. So they knew that I at least would have the capabilities of creating more villagers as the game dragged on. And while having castles to defend your city is generally a good idea, when enemies already roaming in and causing havoc, then I can't help thinking that instead of rushing to collect more stone, it would have been more useful to try to plant down more farms, and since they had wood, and this is 1300 stone, which is rather slow to gather. And while these castles protect some areas, you can still see that half of the farms are idle, and the gold gatherers can't really work too efficiently, even though there is this castle. So I should have, of course, pushed here where there were no castles instead of throwing away my army here and there, but this is probably something that felt like a good idea, just to get some security and some chance to get back to the game. And perhaps they had the feeling that it was slowly occurring to them that perhaps I am a bit clueless player, and they would have a chance if only they were able to get back on track with their plan. So that was presumably just to get some additional time, and that they were able to do to a certain level, since while I have army, I'm not using it very efficiently. My eagles are idling here, the skirmisher is killing my archers here and there. I'm about to lose the mangonel as well, and now I have collected half more resources than they have, and I was able to reach Imperial Age, and I had the feeling that there's very little my opponent had going for them, but I can see how they might have thought otherwise, that if only they are able to build up a bit and get a minute's rest or peace, that's something that our civilization was very much longing for as well, then perhaps they would be able to come back from the position they were pushed in, since Aztecs are very strong in late game. En tiedä taktiikosta liikaa, mutta tuntuu jännältä painotukselta. So, good commentary there, Hopsi. Thanks for that. So, don't know too much about tactics, but feels like a weird or strong choice to go for. Pardon my translation. Yeah, it makes sense that it's in a reference to the earlier message. Perhaps you should always reply the last or the latest message, so that it wouldn't get lost to this very fast-paced person that I am as easily. That's the least you could do, perhaps. Yeah, but this is like I've understood that Incas have the best eagles of the game once they get up and running due to the discount, if I'm not forgotten, or for mistaken, if I'm not mistaken on that front. And being in a position where Westigor was, I think they should have tried to play all-in aggressive counter-attack instead of having this 3 TC economic boom secured by 2 castles. Let's play it safe type of approach. But then again, this was like the perhaps since I'm a beginner, they might be as well. So trying different things, that okay, in the feudal age I overreacted with my army, so now this is probably going to be very similar in a manner that there are only a handful of units. There's no real pressure, that there's nothing that a few soldiers of mine couldn't destroy. So if this is the play style of my opponent, then the best I can do is not to panic, just keep on building my economy and get back to the game, and then 2 hours later crush my opponent and laugh all the way home. That used to be theirs, because they have, like, at this point of game they had 22 farms. I only had 28. I think I easily could have and should have had double the number, just to get this endless spam of eagle warriors. That would have made it clear that this game was over for them, instead of playing it like a cat. But that's what happens when you get tips from your pet. Can't help it. Okay, but based on the... Alright, but there were a few statistics I wanted to check as well. So, score-wise, nothing too interesting. I was still able to throw away quite few units that whose lives could have been saved. And curious thing was that even though they had at least 2 monks, I'm the only one who managed to get 1 conversion, 1 villager converted. When usually Aztecs are ones that can get really good healthy and powerful monks, and that I was a bit worried about in this matchup. Perhaps wrongly so, because it takes at least castle age to be able to utilize them. So that's probably a reason why Westigor was also a bit... I don't know if that's true. Perhaps he or she can later elaborate on that if we ever meet or have a chance to chat, and if there are any memories about this game. But I presume that the game plan would have been early feudal aggression, and if that's not enough to finish the game, then get to castle age as fast as possible, and then start the even better eagle spam, perhaps aided with monks, since they had at least 2 without being able to get a single relic. So felt like they were building the forces but not able to utilize them. Things of interest. They were still able to get 61 villagers, even though I felt like I had huge pressure. But little did I know. And now the good thing I was mentioning in the beginning of the stream, the speed, since the APM tab is able to tell us about our performance on that front. You can tell that the eco, so this means actions per minute, so how many times player has pressed mouse buttons or keyboard buttons, done anything of at least potential value. So my opponent has been really fast on that front as well, whereas luckily I had a chance to utilize military. I don't know if that was able to enough to save lives to save the game, but for the first time since I've been watching this statistic, but of course I've only played 11 games now, if I'm correct, my peak is over 100 actions per minute, so perhaps a few of them were usable. The pros, of course, have APM of 250,000 or something like that, which makes it very relaxing thing to watch their streams when you can, if not see and realize all the clicks, you can still enjoy the speed and the space the game is going. But eventually the aim is to at least have a chance to utilize speed, so even if there's not necessarily always things that require huge speed, it still might be enough to save the day of a few soldier, villager or citizen of mine. Now what is this? What? Empathy Sompe? Straight from Sri Lanka, I presume. Welcome. We were just going through the first game of the day, and there were explosions, correctly assumptioned or correctly heard. Not all news are fake. So what happens next is we dream of trying this again. So let's see. So we got lucky in a sense that we got a non-water map, and that suits us very well because water maps usually, referring again to 4 lakes or MegaRandom that might have some water in it, or plenty of water as well, usually require some sort of idea when it comes to gameplay plans. So how many villagers should be cutting wood, and when should one build docks, and where should they be positioned, and so forth. Whereas these all land maps, or mostly land maps, that don't have fishing or water battle possibilities, at least not to as large position of the game revolves around that. And in these other maps, other 5 maps, there are usually no water at all. They are more forgiving for standardish but not necessarily perfect build orders, where you can just play around with the... Hold on now, so Chinese, what am I supposed to do when I'm Chinese? We don't have enough food to start with, so we should also probably position the... So we need to do loom right away. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, just as I was about to say, well, this is the one exception, and there are others, of course, that usually... Do we now have enough food? No? No worries, we'll get there. So usually when we only have 3 villages, as most of the civilizations have, but there are 40 different, so there are slight variations. There are very ordinary things that one might want to do for the first minutes of the game. Now Chinese have the benefit of starting with few extra citizens, so they start with 6 instead of 3, but they don't have any food to start. Oh no, we are also running out of llamas. Well, eventually we will get there. So, what we should have been doing, what we could have done was to get the llama under the town center right away, even faster than we did when we were struggling with the shortcuts, and then utilizing this very new and neat force drop feature that allows the villagers to very efficiently drop whatever they are carrying to the nearest drop off point, in this case town center, and then queuing extra villagers after the protective loom as soon as possible. Due to the fact that Chinese have the 6 villagers in the beginning, they are considered one of the best, I've understood, civilizations, since it gives a really nice early boost to their economy, which then translates to greater power on other fronts as well. Now, what are we lacking? There's another boar somewhere, but I lost it. If it was around, and it probably was not too distant time ago, and we were lacking a llama as well. And there's the boar. Okay, now we can work with this. But luckily we didn't get Chinese on water map, because that would have been a disaster. Now of course Chinese are also, hold on now, known as not very good water civilizations. In the past they did have, I've understood, quite nice navy in the medieval times, but due to the order of the who was the leader of the country back then, like what would be the correct word for that? Not the king, emperor perhaps? Chinese could have had emperor. They sunk their fleet, or at least that's how I've heard the story, because they didn't need the influence of other people and had very little to learn from them. So why bother? Now they are, of course, when it comes to these days current politics, they are having a new goal with the navy too, but those were the times, and times were different. So our opponent is scouting, which is a really peaceful and nice thing to be doing. They are Slavs, so we can expect some scouts from the beginning, perhaps due to their farming bonuses, and that's of course good for them, and we can congratulate them on the capabilities that their civilization has. Now Chinese, I've understood, is commonly thought to be archer civilization, but I don't know. Yes, so our initial archer rush might not surprise our opponent, but perhaps that's not a reason not to do it. Fast feudal. So I presume we will be under aggression quite soon. But if they are doing, we can try to do something very clever. Because if our opponent is doing scouts, then we can perhaps invest to a plenty of let's see if this works. Let's see if anything works. To a plenty of spearmen and then rush our opponent with that. That's something that MBL, one of the greats of this game, has sometimes done, but then again he also, I've understood, has done spearman, or in addition to the spearman rush, they have also surprised their opponent with skirmisher rush and what have you. So there's the stable, which is of course very good for our purposes, but now we need to get the spearman up and running fast, and we may be lacking food to produce since we are a bit late to the game. Let's see, we are not really needing gold too much, but we just couldn't resist the temptation. And there's the scout, at least one of them. And now I think the most important thing would be to try to keep our economy running, because that's what our opponent is about to do as well, presumably. So an extra house, and then we can perhaps send a few spearmen to our opponent's general direction to just in order to verify what's going on. Da 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 da. Now if they are clever, they will probably create a few skirmishers to back these off or to fight these off, but let's see what happens. More houses again? We don't have time for this. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Ooh, they have a sneak archer range in the back. It's very good. The skirmishers don't matter to us too much. Because we can always create cavalry of our own. It won't be too good, but then again, at this time, what is good? Tell me that and we might have a game. Okay, so we have a few of our ill-positioned spearmen here and there. Just when we ran out of wood. Where do we get more? There's no way. Nowhere can they be found. Oh no, where is my scout? I could have used that. And my opponent is doing short walls. That's neat. And they only invested into a handful of scouts so far. So dun, dun, dun. Good for them. Now let's have a look again. So they're gathering gold, good for them. We could create a few scouts just in case and see if we can cause any harm. But there's a chance that, ooh, that's very clever. Na 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 na, goodbye. Can we, alright. Goodbye. So what might be the case is that my opponent probably just created a few scouts to throw me off, and then I did the same thing as my opponent did in the last game and over-invested these very clever chaps that are spearmen. But since we can expect that our opponent is still playing it open, that means not having too many walls here and there, we can try to give them some pressure. Create a few more spearmen just in case, and then killing a few villagers here and there. Dun da da, and Castle Age it is. Da 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 da. Goodbye. And some idle time, why not? And perhaps I could cancel this in order to get to the next age a bit faster. Perhaps this would do. Now we don't know what our opponent is planning, since we may have lost our scouts in the action, but usually we can expect them to try to create scouts, being Slavs and all. But let's see. It remains a nice mystery as of now. A riddle for us to solve. And we can try to play the Chinese power that I don't know how many farms we have already. Let's see. And just create a scout to study the whereabouts. Dum -dum -dum. And send a few here to verify that. And surprise our opponent with some cavalry, because why not? But we should also have enough resources to build a few town centers if we are not disturbed by their actions. So let's see what's the stage of the game. We can still prepare for that. So there's 1,000 there, yes, okay. So playing it safe, it seems. And now there are the archers. Let's not do it here. So what we are actually lacking is cavalry, for example, to fight our opponent off. Let's see if we have enough time to make something happen before they arrive. And perhaps we could try to fast forward that if possible. A few camel riders would be nice. And see where that takes us. Because we luckily have a chance to build these. Galliards, there's no armor upgrades. We don't have the spearman upgrade either. We could have prioritized that, but well, next time. But I'm happy that our initial idea of having a few spearmen around was a very good one. And now, since they are running around and we have nothing to be afraid of, we can send our few camels there and perhaps try to get rid of their units. Da 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 na 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 dun da da dun da da. Since they don't have too much of an army to throw against us. Run! Now, of course, they were able to idle our economy quite severely, I might say. So this is looking grim. But we are Chinese, so we can believe into our capabilities, even if we are lacking a few tools here and there right now. Now, a very similar thing happened than was the case probably with our last game's opponent. When pressured, we felt short of reacting appropriately. So we are probably that much behind in numbers, since they have lost basically nothing. And let's see if there are any, like economy wise they have lost very little, if anything, and we are still lacking the tools to react to the threat that they are throwing at us. Oh, there's this hiding villager. Goodbye. Just passing. Hello. Dun 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 dun. All right. We could try to destroy their presence now and perhaps add an additional town center here if possible. I don't know if it is, but at least we have a few units here and there, and carry on with our trip towards the next gold mine. And there is a chance that they are overreacting to this. There's always the chance. Let's not try to call them in here. And no reaction here as of yet, but of course there's... Okay, now that was that. Ooh, and a forward castle is on the cards. That was a bit curious thing, because they are basically giving me a chance to stop this happening, but let's see if this is enough. Luckily I had this TC placement, and this is the weirdest castle denial attempt I've done in a while. But then again, I'm not focusing on the villagers correctly, so there is a chance that they may be able to get it up, even though I did my best to stop that from happening. But yeah, the last villager with half the HP did what was... Oh, they were two. Okay, well then that wasn't even a close call. Okay, so now our very neat castle, very neat town center is under pressure right away, which is a very sad thing. But since we have plenty of wood, we could try to sell some of that and get CG's workshop. We weren't really reacting a while back, but we can do it now. And since we have plenty of wood, we can also try to get back to the game using that. But there is a quite large chance that our opponent is actually doing more than is visible at the moment to us, because they probably have been adding units left and right, civilians and other important things, collecting relics. At least I can witness a few of them disappeared. So this is a very close to game over stage, and I'm only postponing this to get more experience. But usually professionals would be happy to end the game here. Had I been able to prevent the castle from going up, then that would perhaps be a bit a different story, but now that I wasn't, it gives them a very firm location from which to extend their attacks. And now we only have a few battering rams without any support from the units, so we are going to lose them quite fast. And it wouldn't surprise me if our opponent was heading to the next age. Thinking about ending the game quite soon, like that. Dun dun dun. Let's see if there's much for us to do. Okay, so the ram was lost again. Our cavalry upgrades, I don't know if we are able to do very much with our cavalry, but they still haven't reached the 4th age, and while that's not the case, we may have a reason to linger on for a short while longer. Oh no, they are rotating. No? Alright, this is what I was trying to do. Well, luckily they were just passing, so no worries, no worries. Of course, that's a very unfortunate thing to happen when we are playing for our comeback. But sometimes people are just like that. What? We are missing building? That cannot be. Well, of course that might very well be true. So university it is, and we can try to utilize a few units. But I'm not sure about this move. Like, of course they got quite a few kills, so that's neat, but why would you... Oh, perhaps they have a huge army coming towards my way, so it doesn't matter that they are throwing away this one. Perhaps that's the reason. Like AI might do, I may have witnessed it once or twice, that when they have plenty of forces, it doesn't really matter if they are losing them here and there every now and then, because there's a new wave coming, and that could very well be the case with my opponent too. Who cares if they lost some 50-60 or so units when they can always get new ones with somewhat ease. Town center and more farms, yes, that's the spirit. Yes, we can, because the score difference, as you may be able to notice, even though it's quite slim and difficult, and they are getting boyars. Tells me that they may have a few tricks up their sleeve. So perhaps an army of 1000 trillion units is on its way soon. Or something of that sort. At least I shouldn't be too surprised if that was going to happen. And you can tell that boyars are quite strong units. Like, they only have a few, and they are still able to get rid of my very clever light cavalry. And they have an castle, another castle at home. An Imperial Age, but when did that happen? They weren't there aeons ago. And now the castle is gone, but so are the spirits of the people that once roamed around these forests. And usually 5000 score difference is enough to call it a day. So we are going to play on for a very short while and then see what happens, knowing that no good things are very likely to happen. But thanks to our opponent for letting us play this long, I would say. They had the means to end the game faster than witnessed. Dun dun. Even spearmen aren't that good against the units that my opponent has, and he's not probably having, like, based on what I can tell, they don't have too many units to begin with, but they are still enough, a plenty, to get rid of my weak forces. Huh, that's neat. Okay, so a few halberdiers would be nice, but we need more units for that. Farms are perhaps a bit underutilized. And what was the force we were about to build? A few camels, meaning one. Okay, so we are reaching the level where there's this 1000 head army coming our way. Hey, we still have these. How nice. How nice for us. Da da da. Now there's hoping that our opponent also has plenty of time to waste practicing games and simple tactics. So there's an additional castle coming up. We have an access to heavy camel, so we could try to utilize that if we have a chance to postpone the game for some extra time. But still, we only have 50 villagers, which is very little, and having a handful of camels, and now we have the 5k score difference as well. So perhaps their boom was a bit better than ours. And having a quite solid army at this point looks very taunting. But I presume they are also going for Paladin, so I don't know if I should give them the pleasure, but well played. And I commend them for letting me practice. And it's quite probable that they have army there, a large army here, and army here, I don't know if they are pop capped necessarily. They shouldn't be too far off, at least. But having this really nice 4 TC, 40 farms or so, economy set up, and firm control of the map, and being able to boom, that meaning to invest in the economy and improving the capabilities that it has, was probably that much more better than mine. Yet again, I managed to lose half the or double the units than my opponent. So partially because I had weaker army and smaller numbers, but also because I didn't take good care of them. Largest army 13 tells a quite clear story, that whereas they had this one group that roamed around the map, horses, fighting from close distance and with bows, and I only had a few pikemen or spearmen probably at that point to defend, and then also throwing them around or wasting them did do quite dent to my abilities to defend, because at this point it looks like I had a good position, and it felt like that as well. But what they did after reaching Castle Age was to create this huge or to start investing to economy. So I would say, based on the timeline, that my hunch wasn't too much off, or I'm just creating fake memories perhaps, that we were still in the game, and the fact that they threw away their army was unnecessary. Like, they were trying to force the issue, and of course I lost villagers there, but that also gave me a chance. If I had built 2 town centers and postponed the game, if I had the stamina to do that, that would have been a chance for me to try to come back. But let's see if we can get other insights using the Capture Ages abilities. Alright, so first of all, I was thrown off, like we managed to do to our opponent last game, since I presumed pressure and invested to double barracks that were underutilized. It was of course very clever idea to try to do spearman rush, but on the other hand, my opponent investing to just a few skirmishers was able to stop that from happening. But had I created more of them, and perhaps armor wouldn't do much because skirmishers have extra damage, but if I had the numbers so that each spearman would be fighting one skirmisher short distance, then perhaps I could have. So they are 19 pop up, not too fast in that sense. And that was also the Chinese start, of course, cost me 1 minute idle time, and worker efficiency isn't too great either. So perhaps that's something that my opponent did to get this 19 up feudal age to prevent me from getting there early, or just reacting to my potential early aggression that I could have had a chance to send towards their way. But now, so they have stable, they have created another scout, but not too much about that after that. And now I already have double barracks, very clever, but the things I'm doing with my spearmen are very limited. There's this archery range and a few skirmishers. Like I shouldn't have sent these forward, or I could have sent more of these, since now I had spearmen back at home, but they weren't well positioned, so I lost a unit there. Even though I thought that only if I only send a few spearmen I shouldn't be in too much trouble, but due to the lack of army control it was still enough to let them do harm. Here on the other hand we were able to get rid of their scouts, and had I been more clever I may have been able to notice that there is no more scouts on the horizon and try to get to the next age faster, because spearmen are, like skirmisher, very much a defensive unit. On the other hand, adding these scouts, if I had few more, like 4 scouts for example, with armor, I would have been able to deal more damage. Because now I was able to kill a few skirmishers before I lost the second scout as well. But this was a clear, it was like a good harassment. Now I should have hit the wood line instead of running under the TC. But adding scouts was a good idea in that sense. Now they have double stable production and knights on the way, and I'm only just getting up. So fewer spearmen, because the spearman rush is very especially since I knew, oh yeah, because they're doing the cavalry archer in the back as well, yeah, that my opponent had the ability to create skirmishers. I could have tried to create scouts of my own and perhaps prolong my feudal age a bit further, get the armor, get a handful of scouts, try to keep them alive and prevent my opponent from moving out from the town center, because this is still a rather tight build, at least in comparison to the level I'm playing at, that they might not have the tools to create too many scouts, too many knights and cavalry archers if I had prevented them from accessing gold. So that would have been a good place where I could have tried to hit the wood line, why not, but also this gold, because that was their most secure gold. Yeah, so that's good information for future games. So double barracks is usually good idea. No, not usually good idea unless you are one of the mesosifs, but adding a barracks and a stable, perhaps a hidden one, and then hitting with handful of scouts, keeping a few spears home to defend against any surprising scouts of my opponent, and then harassing them. Yeah, that would have played now. At least it would have played in a better fashion than what I did, trying to do everything and doing them rather left-handedly or poorly. Now at this stage of game I could have added pikes and skirmishers to try to decrease the numbers that my opponent had. And I also could have tried to force the town center towards the farm economy that I had set in place. Well, but this is the moment now. I'm sitting at 3 TCs. I've lost 4 villagers and only killed one, but we are quite even on economy. So 8 villager lead for them, of course, but I have the means. Like my farms are more or less idle, yes, but I have a few. Wheelbarrow is on its way. I have 3 TCs. They are only now adding their 3rd, and now there's only 5 villager difference. So they were respecting the army that I had, and perhaps afraid that I'm booming behind this. And now there's enough stone for the castle drop that was about to take place quite soon. But if I had invested, like now would be a nice time when they moved to the left to add this town center here to secure these farms that I had placed around my mill. That was a mistake to add farms here. So now there's this town center, and I could have sent a few more villagers to build that. And now let's see, they're thinking about now in retrospect this would have been an important area for me to secure, so it would have made sense to like force the town center, especially now that there's this castle happening. And now I'm trying to focus on killing the villagers, failing at that of course eventually, but still managed to kill quite a few of theirs. So I think we are quite even on economy at this point, and also this like focusing on the camel, or making my random warriors to fight the correct units. Like now, instead of attacking the castle, it would make sense to try to kill the villager, but instead they had these 2 heroes who managed to secure the castle and win them the game eventually. But now I'm leading in villagers. So basically this is although this castle is spreading, it's threatening 2 of my town centers and idling half my farms, but still this is a surprisingly good position. And had I reacted more strongly to sending more villagers to build the town center and then garrison it with more villagers, I would have been able to cause that much more damage to the units building it, and perhaps preventing that castle from happening. That would have turned the tide very strongly to other direction. And now this is the point where I would recommend myself, knowing that I have 1000, I had 1000 wood, to buy 100 stone, put down another town center and start booming. Since my opponent is playing quite passively, I could have secured town center around here, for example. Just, it seems like they were just waiting for me to try and bleed dry, which is not much. It's very close to what's actually happening with this path that I told my citizens to go. But I didn't have to react to this castle too much after it was done, basically. I could have just switched my focus to securing the little base that I did have, the coal and the access to wood, because I had this nice back forest, and and enough space to farm, and then try to get to 100 villages as soon as possible. Instead, now my opponent is resting on his laurels and just waiting for me to die eventually or throw the game. Because I knew that I was going to lose these 2000ers eventually, so prompt reaction would have been to try to get to Imperial Age as fast as possible, get a few town centers to secure against any raidings that might take place with the army that my opponent had, since they had armors, but the numbers weren't there. If that's fair to say when I have army number of 1 probably, and it's about to die. But still, they respected me enough so that I could have tried to punish that. Town center here, another here, 20-30 farms down, and Imperial Age as soon as possible, and then take it from there. They are of course planning to do another castle drop. Now for some reason they did it defensively, perhaps because they were fearing that there's a way they can throw the game, that I may have some plans. This could also be the reason why they are throwing their army away here like this. But of course they get kills, and it might have been more deadly than I gave it. No, what's the correct word for that? Gave them credit for. This could have been the game finishing run in, but to me it felt like they are wasting their army. But still, of course I lost 20 villagers or so, so by this stage one could also argue that the game is over. But now I was hoping that they wouldn't have proper economy to support this playstyle of theirs, and that was not a right assumption at all. But the problem I can tell from just playing the game and now rewatching was that I was split in the focus. I spent some 1,000 resources doing rams that weren't supported by army, so they could be easily destroyed, and only after they retreated with the few units that they had not gotten killed or gotten destroyed, or that they hadn't thrown away fighting my town centers, is there a sensible reason to try to push the castle away. And especially now I should be focusing on building more town centers and trying to build the economy, if there is ever a chance for me to come back. But the army numbers aren't too great, so my opponent has army of 10 and so do I. The problem is the numbers, because now I'm losing 10 light cavalry here that could have been of use against villagers. But these upgraded boyars and even elite boyars were too strong of opponent for them. But still, like, I was trying to make them focus on defending themselves, while I was actually neglecting my comeback options, because just having a few town centers to protect and perhaps upgrading fletching to begin with to have some more punch to the arrows that come from town center would have been very helpful, instead of trying to get rid of the castle and building this throwaway army. Those could have been some 5, 6, 7 villagers and now I'm too much behind. Like I haven't been able to produce any more villagers after the raid, so it worked. But that's because I didn't realize that I should make more villagers. So I was more focused on trying to create something fast to punish my opponent, whereas there was from the way the game played, I had no hope of achieving too much with 5 to 10 units when they are not properly upgraded. Because now their army numbers are growing, their economy is still untouched, and I'm throwing away another town center just like that. But I like the fact that they let me have fun and just played it securely. Like they let me play my game, and I hope that I could have called GG when they reached Imperial Age had I known what the score difference meant. And also, on the other hand, since I didn't do the call earlier, I could have had them play with the army that they in peace build. But hopefully they aren't too mad about that. And there are perhaps games where they have a chance to play with the army with the opponent that also has something to throw against them, so it can be called a battle. But GG nevertheless, and it's a very nice way, in my opinion. I could have also invested into just instead of university, which gave me very little. I could have built a temple and tried to create a priest or two just to harass their knights and perhaps get a conversion here and there. Also, that would have been a good defensive thing in retrospect. But yeah, when mostly created unit is pikeman, and that's also often a very tells that you haven't had very strong presence. Unless you are MBL and know what to do with spearman line of units. What have we there? My first upgrade was bloodlines militarily, and then I created 2 scouts. Still worth it, but could have created more. So gilded ratio, this is something that I could try to improve. Like if this improves, I reckon I also start winning games. Army high, if this improves, yes, that tells you something. Economy, yes. Technology, yes. I think I was most hurt by the Chinese start. Could take some time to get accustomed to. Aye. Had it been any other civilization. Now, so after the castle went down, there was this only, when the castle went up and was built, there was this only moment when I was leading, firmly leading in villages by a number of 1 after the initial first minutes, and I should have just played with the strength that was given to us after that. Now peak APM is surprisingly low for our opponent, so they were able to play their game and do wise decisions, and mine was lackluster when compared to the last game. I didn't even have time to drink my decaf coffee, so tells you something. But very nice game, nevertheless. Now let's verify. Yeah, we can have a short break and then carry on for some extra minutes. On a short break. Alright, GG's, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy your stay. Alright, then we are back. Thanks for staying around, or welcome to stay around, you people of present, as well as those of the past. Let's see. Okay, now the monitor should be off. Good improvements, and one of these days we are going to get the chat fixed in a fashion that I don't miss people's single messages like every other message or so, like happened with Husafb. Sorry about that, but thanks for the repetition, which is the way this game is played, this game of life as well as game of AOE. Leave map, yes, and there we go. And we are pushing our odds, hoping that there will be no map too tricky for us to overcome. So far we haven't been too careful with the units, and the speed has been decreasing, so perhaps there's this deer in the front lights. What's the correct way to say that idiom? In the headlights, yes. That when someone poses a threat, the instinction is to freeze. While, for example, in the last game, what I could have done, knowing that my opponent has invested into knights and cavalry archers and is a bit reluctant utilizing them, like they were not waiting at his base or anything, but the attacks were really careful, like in a fashion that I should practice as well. It's just to be careful with how I spend my units' lives. Arabia again, so this favors us. What I could have done might have been, for example, just to add economy and try to beat our opponent that way. So Britons favors us because they are very classic civilization, even if they are very heavily pushed towards archer play. So that's probably not something that we want to start with. Now our opponent was Mongols, and the usual game plan for them is to get to castle age, get the castle down, and then add gazillion magneties to roam around the lands and cause havoc. So what we could try to, they might, if they have the skills to do that, they might want to open scouts, for example, because stable is later needed for their upgrades to horses that benefit horses bloodlines to get more HP, unlike in real life where bloodlines are a problem when it comes to horses, you know, all this natural gene adjusting that we are very fond of doing, or so I've understood from various sources. Now where are my sheeps? Here. Okay, thanks. That's very handy. Good to have around. And shepherds are working faster, so that's also a good reason to try to get more of them, if possible. The sheeps. Now what we might want to do is leave few villagers here. Yes, very good, very good. Rest can try to take care of the boar, and that's exactly how this game is played. No mistakes made. Right. Except for the fact that our scout is just hanging around there, but everyone needs a day off every now and then. So okay, but so my presumption would be that the opponent would be starting with scouts and try to therefore prevent my archers from advancing, yes, and later on trying to get the castle to switch to manganese. Now we could try to go for perhaps we could try to go for somewhat faster build. Oh no, run. Okay, change of, you can focus on other things. And you can take care of that, very good. Run! Oh. Okay, so we lost some time. And we could have also perhaps tried to get to the next age a bit faster, but oh no, we are still lacking the building to do that. Well, you live, you learn. So let's do it in this fashion then. And once the deer is eaten, we can move to berries, why not? And after loom we can change the age, yes. All very good ideas. No, we didn't need to get loom this fast, but why not? When times are tough, we can try to be tough as well. Oh yeah, so the idea, nevertheless, is to go scouts ourselves, a few spears to secure our home, and then go to scouts. Then that would mean that we won't need gold too early. We may want to get some in order to get a few upgrades, but we won't have much need for that presumably, so that would be barracks. Is there a chance? Well, perhaps we can send a few villagers to gather gold there, but it shouldn't be an end of the world if we aren't able to collect that. For example, for that reason that they are proving to be clever and attack us with a few scouts. So there's barracks. I don't know if they have created anything else so far. We should be able to find out soon. There's our town center here. And now that we have spearman here, another there, and third one just in case, we should be able to invest blocks into a house. Yes, that's a very good idea. And then we would want to get a few scouts if possible. Let's see if our opponent reacts to this at all. So one villager down, one building down. Exciting times. And meanwhile we lost some initiative while trying to make that happen. And perhaps we can add a second lumber camp there. And once we get the stable down. Ooh, that many people collecting gold, okay. Now once we get this down, we can try to add. We are a bit late for this, but we shouldn't worry about that too much. So it was their scout. I don't know if they had any upgrades for that. We should be able to find out soon. Spearman. No upgrades for the scout. I don't know why that has lost any HP. And we are severely needing more houses. But there's time and place for everything. And then the spearman was able to run us down. But I haven't yet seen too much from them, so I presume I can send a spearman of our own. Ooh, a few idols here. What's going on? An archer, haha! Too bad for you. Da 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 da. And now they've lost a few units of their. Oh, I don't know why I should have too many people here, but well, it never hurts to have a forward unit, even if, oh no, even if it's due to an accidental build or a waypoint clicking mistake. Well, nevertheless, the reason we are now struggling is because our opponent cleverly no, let's create a few archers of our own. Then we can try to create an additional scout and see what's going on with them. So the reason we are struggling is because our opponent cleverly made our forced us to multitask, and that's something that we could very badly do. So additional farmer, very good idea. Few archers, very good idea. And I don't know if we need stone, we don't. So they have fletching and they have armor, they are adding an additional so perhaps we can try to add a few few units just in case. Try to postpone that a bit. Dun, dun, dun. So now they should know that we are capable of stone walls to secure their wood line. Well, they can do that, why not? Now they were very capable of getting rid of few of our units. And we should be able to create very many archers if we want to. Due to the fact that we haven't been focusing too much on our own situation. Well, happens. But this is a nice change of pace, and it's good to see that they are able to put some pressure on our base as well. Since we are... oh no, not here. Dun, dun, dun. Perhaps we could try to invest into just a few units and see what happens after that. Dun, dun, dun. There's long distance stone mining ongoing, which is often very fun thing to happen. And we lost another scout. We may be losing scout here as well, and we have lost some efficient time here and there. Could you please get in? Thank you. Very good. So now there should be extra gold in multiple places that we haven't yet scouted because we have been too busy doing other things. So let's see if there's a chance for us to locate something. But I like to claim that this offensive of ours is better than the one our opponent is throwing at our way, even though there is also a chance that I'm wrong, because we have been running here and there, and we have been losing soldiers left and right as well. And now we are about to lose some of our economy, perhaps, but for the greater cause. Right. Dun, dun, dun. In you go, if there's room for you. And just like that, we have lost our army, but also made our opponent lose a few of their own units, luckily, in the process. And we have more from where that came from. Okay, back to work, everyone. This is a very messy game. Not... Alright, we found gold. So good for us, but this has been... Yes, well, this has been a game. A game of great brains. And now, as you can tell, our opponent is leading in score. Probably because they have earned that position, and if they also reach the next age soon, then we may be in trouble. And we are sadly dearly missing the upgrade to... What's wrong with our farmers? So there are a few scouts now coming our way, but simultaneously we are also riding their economy. Somewhat successfully, remains to be seen. Da dun 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 dun. But simultaneously they are raiding our economy. Ah, the beauty of this game. Now what we would perhaps want to do is rush a market and then get to the next age, since this is too hard for our brains to comprehend. Please? Right. Ain't nobody got time for that. Just a few more archers to go. And we should be ready to invest to the... Dun dun dun. Slowly work our way towards the next stage. Few archers are present, very good. Oh, carry away, I can run away. Run! And now fletching is the only thing we are missing. Now there is a very scary looking army coming from the enemy, but little do they know that we have all the tools that we need to stop them. Since we don't need much. All we need is wood and coal, and that we should have a plenty. But I like the fact that they are fighting my units. Like that's what they should do as well. Now too bad that my units aren't really too powerful. Like I was hoping that I would have won that easily, but instead I didn't. No? In you go. Someone might even claim that I almost managed to throw the game there. But now we have all we need, except for some extra gold to create a knight. Another town center is a very good idea. We aren't hitting much, but what we hit, we kill. And now a knight would be nice. Oops. Now they of course think that they have me cornered, but nothing could be farther from the truth. And then we could try to add TC there, even if it's a bit ambitious one. Let's see. And carry on with the presents. So we are more or less switching villagers here. I'm trying to get a few kills here and there while he's trying to do the same, not necessarily knowing that I have more resources at my disposal than seems likely. So they are probably thinking that I have only the few units that are visible currently in the map. Oh, I could try to improve my economy there. And this shouldn't take too long either. Now, British archers are generally very good, and since I'm now resting on 3 town centers, even if one is idled more or less, I'm not too worried about the threat that my opponent has. And I still have a few minutes of sort of lead. What's the right? Just thinking what's taking so long, and it was that all along. So more archers coming, oh no, more scouts coming my way. And now what's going on with my home? Well, perhaps we can still afford to idle a few villages here and there. But there's also a fair point in the... Oh, I could have created one scout. Just having a one scout here would have made it that much more easy. And now just having one knight here would have given me a chance to clean this base. So too bad I didn't invest to it back then. Well, it's never too late, but that was perhaps a bit stupid from my part. And now they have been able to idle much of my army, even though that the initial idea that I had was that I wouldn't allow them to do that, or that I have allowed them to clean much of my economy, even though that wasn't what I was striving for. But I enjoy the way they have played around the pressure I first initiated. Why didn't my knight kill more? You can't trust those people. So we have a few idols here and there. Yes, a few idols here. More woodcutters are always needed. And now they are trying to punish. Let's see if we can get rid of the... Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Now we don't have too much fighting against them. Oh no, she's starting to look really dire now. Just when I thought I was winning, I ended up losing. So what have we here? One knight, very good. A few lost villagers. Not the end of the world. Oh no, what now? We were supposed to have it all. Do we still have a market? Do. So what I learned from the last game was that one should always invest into multiple town centers, so that's what we are trying to do here now. And their forward castle isn't really that threatening, I would like to say. You can probably just run here and see what happens. Perhaps not from that direction though. So we still have a few villagers here, but perhaps these one can work. They were that far. And then if we still have gold at our disposal, as we do, we can create an additional one. And now these shall be our save the game. Oh no, well that didn't take too long. Save our game buildings. And what have we here? Multiple units. Perhaps we can try to walk our way past these armies without getting too noticed. Very good. And then how do we come back from this position? Because now it seems that our opponent has managed to kill our spirits, and that we wouldn't have much to much comeback mechanisms. But the last time we had a similar problem, we discovered that we might be able to game the system by buying stone and building additional town centers. So perhaps that's what we can try to do here as well, again and again. And I don't know, do we need we are currently at 40 population, so we should get that up sooner than I'm probably capable of doing, but let's take this as a booming experience and see if that's enough. A monk, yes. Because there's always a chance that our opponent is expecting us to be more or less out of the game, and they wouldn't be wrong by a huge by a huge factor, but it might just be that they would be a little off. So there's our monk to produce infinite gold, or to allow us to produce infinite gold. So they are probably now thinking, where is the army of my opponent who used to be so good at everything he decided to do. And it shouldn't take too long for them to discover that, oh wait, yeah, they have a few units here, right. How very nice of them. And now, since our times are almost red, we probably don't have too many chances before we are made to pay for our crimes. We can try to get a few buildings down and then start with the unbeatable archery play, backed up with a few pikemen, and perhaps a few priests or monks would be useful too. Now we would need a few upgrades in order to make these pack a punch. But the good thing is that we are also... Hey, what's up with the house building idea? So a pikeman or two and few upgrades to our units, a few relics just in case, and now our saving grace is that... Oh no, what are they? How come they are here? Just when we least needed them. Gazillion of rams and... Oh, there's finally Mangdai as well. I had forgotten about the possibility of them creating those. And we are still lacking the fourth unit. No, not the fourth unit, but the building that would allow us to get to the next age. So things are looking grim indeed, especially since we are now also housed. But we only lost a few units in comparison, so not too bad. And we have a few things going our way. Now the only thing we are lacking is 6 gold. And there we go. Now it could also very well be that since the score difference is this large again, it could be that... Oh, we had plenty of gold waiting us there. So it could be that our opponent is also about to change age, and we have very little to help us. And we didn't quite get the relic, but we were close. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Additional castles everywhere. This is looking really bad. So what is the way we are going to come back from this position? Probably there are very few ways. So VincentVega has done it, but we can still try to get to the next age, and then once we have done that, we can valiantly call the GG well played, because that's what he did. So now our takes from this game. We didn't need to push it this far again. Our initial aggression might have been good, but theirs was better. But let's see the recording soon. Just excuse me for a second. I'll take a really short break and then get back to this. And here we go. During the break I thought about the advice even better player than I came up with some time ago, which was that if you are in this leading position, you should start thinking about how not to lose this game. And I feel like in the reaching Castle Age, I think I was in a leading position. I may be wrong about that, and especially seeing that my opponent was able to boom with over 100 villagers, which is something that I rarely have the skills to do, or even the time. Would take me an hour to, and I was lacking a minute, hour to reach 100 citizens or villagers. I thought that at this point, while reaching the Castle Age, I would have had way better economy than I actually did, that I was in a good position. I was wrong, so my game sense was off there, but that was probably the point where I could have made the case of getting back to the game if there ever was a chance for that. Now, watching the timeline, it seems that the game was over at around 20 minutes, so might have been a bit frustrating one for my opponent, so sorry about that, VincentVega. But let's have a look, because what we are trying to do here is also to get to improve our game sense, so to know what's going on and whether our feeling is right, or whether excuse me, whether we are lacking some knowledge. And now it clearly is off, since I felt that the losses we had taken weren't too major. But let's see. The early game achievements were saving the villager who was about to die to the second boar. Due to this exceptional deer push that was taking course simultaneously. So many things happening, so fast paced. Now my loom was early to my liking, like I would have enjoyed only researching it after reaching feudal age. But that's perhaps because I'm not accustomed to early militia dark age rushes, if those are even a thing anymore. So 2 lumber camps, very solid looking eco at this point, short walls to secure them. Something that I may end up doing at one point, but I try to resist the temptation in order to... Perhaps I'm going to lose a game here and there, but I also hope that it helps me or forces me to try to pay attention to things. Oh, that's where the scout lost HP, because I thought there was some boar luring things or something weird, but it was thanks to the spearman that was added earlier. Right. Well, lucky me. And then I'm losing my scout here, not moving it fast. Fast enough, or to long distance apart enough. Scouts may have been a positive surprise, but sending the spearman was a waste, since they didn't have anything but the initial scout that was already damaged, so I could have just kept that home. Lost a few scouts, decided to create archery range, had really no reason for that. I could have just tried to stick, since I had 1 armor for my scouts. Better play would have been to add a second stable if I felt the urge to do something, and just produce scouts, I think. Since, of course, now that they are attacking my economy slowly. So but this is the point. I'm having this 2 villager lead. Like I have been able to kill 3 villagers from theirs, but I'm not paying attention to things happening at my base. This wood line could have been very costly, and I think I'm losing villagers here. Even though I think I'm trying to pay attention here, I still have the power in me to try to do that. But now I have stable, I could try to build just few scouts and then destroy those archers. But here I'm trickling them, the 2 of them, and then applying pressure on the other end, and with success, I might say. So it's the villager kills are 6-0, so I could have just sent these skirmishers home to help destroy these archers, for example. It would have take few seconds of their time, perhaps a minute, but they had very little to do killing the villagers or the occasional spearman, since I'm only having archers here. Instead I'm losing the skirmishers there and losing villagers here. Suddenly I lost 5 villagers, whereas I could have had a few skirmishers to defend this and nothing would have happened. So that was like a major misplay. I had the capabilities to produce spearmen. If these archers would have been killed, my opponent probably wouldn't have felt as good about his position, even if he has a score lead. And because now he thought that I'm like kept away from my goal, which of course was true, and I had some idle worker time wandering all the way here. But this position probably gave this moral boost that I didn't need to give him, because to me this was like non-issue up to a certain point. To a certain point this didn't matter, but it's always nice to be able to idle something else, or have the feeling that you are idling something. And now all of a sudden, even though I'm killing eco, I'm also losing more than I'm actually willing to lose. And I'm on my way to Castle Age. And had I kept producing units, now for some reason my TC has been idle for 9 minutes. So this is where I actually lost the game, while I thought that I was in a firm position to come back. So I should have taken the threat that the archers showed to my way more seriously. And since I did have archer range, I even had double archer range, but I could have spent a few seconds queuing 5-6 skirmishers and then cleaned the initial archer attack, and then from the barracks I could have created a few spearmen to help against the scouts. Now instead they were idling my economy for thousands of years. I'm happy that this managed to happen, even though they were mining gold right next to me. Well, and this is where my game sense was off, since I was down 20 villagers due to the idle TC, 8 minutes of idle TC. I hadn't realized that I should have 40 villagers. I was happy that I was first to the Castle Age, and I was happy that I had managed to kill villagers. I hadn't realized that I had lost as many as I had killed, and that I had idled my TC, and now of course my economy was almost completely idled too. So I eased the pressure, whereas this is the point where I should have felt the urgency to get rid of this problem, like as soon as possible. So I misread that, and I could have created the other archer range at home, but since I felt that I was in a good position to cause damage, I didn't feel the urgency to. I was quite alright with them harassing my economy, because I didn't realize that they had a firm lead. Even if I was able to let's see, 39 to 29. Even if I was able, what was the number I was watching earlier? Oh yeah, but they lost a handful more. Yeah. So I'm slowly, for a while I'm catching up, but I don't know if I ever reach them, because once the pressure is killed just like that, that's what I could have done, tried to kill the pressure. They were still able to idle my TC and economy, even if they're working efficiency. Okay, so I was right about that we both had a terrible game in that sense, like just getting the basics right, keep your economy rolling, but his home base is very much more sane than mine. having three town centers around the map, a few villages here and there working for them, and he's floating wood, so there's like this has been perhaps a bit demanding phase of the game in that sense, but still I could have tried to utilize the hill, since I was trickling the knight here and there every now and then, trickling one knight. I could have even tried to utilize the hill, but here I am throwing resources away. Now, in comparison to the last game, I tried to do this economic approach, but I should have been more prompt or more firm with that. As soon as I got the feeling that okay, this isn't going as well as I thought, something's a bit off. Even now I'm just queuing one villager. Of course this second TC is about to go down, and the one here is under pressure, but I'm not utilizing the cold here. I don't know if they would have noticed if I did, so I could have just easily sent all these villagers there to mine cold and then see what happens. This is very this knight was using the heal, so very good, very clever. But like, as I noticed sometime later, they didn't notice when I moved to this secondary cold here, so that's something that I could have done 5 minutes earlier too. So if I'm under pressure and I'm not keen to recover my city, then perhaps I should just run instead of trying to idle my economy like that. But this booming approach was nice. At least I did try to do something that I lacked in the last, or all the previous games basically. But again, I have 39 villagers, 1 queued up. They have 20 more and 3 queued up. So I'm not having the farm economy, no surprise, since they are all here. It was supposed it used to be here, and now the coal miners are doing the work. All that are left of them, all that is left of them. But still, like, queuing villager here and there. Now I'm only 20 villagers behind, and things are starting to look better in a sense. But this could have happened that much more faster, and now, right now, if I'm planning to come back to this game, I should always have 5-10 villagers queued up, doing something productive, because then this is the time when I don't actually probably have too much of a chance, since my opponent has 3 town centers and a very firm military lead, a couple of castles, Mangada is coming, and also a solid round of upgrades. But if I ever was about to have a chance to come back to this game, I should have made this happen more fast. Like, I should have just abandoned this town center right away and built a new one here, no matter the cost, or at least tried to do that, or created a larger army, no, larger town center build up here right away. So it's just was, I'd say, slow decision making. That was but even if I had right decisions or right ideas here and there, that at the time when I was doing those decisions, like, this game is already lost, of course, but I could be more brave with the decision making, if that makes sense. Alright, but this was a good learning experience and perhaps a bit annoying game to my opponent, for which I apologize if so I think that trying to find the hidden bases of your opponent and playing this catching up game is probably not at all fun, but this is going to help, or this is going to have an ever so seldomly as my game sense improves, because as said before, I thought I had a good position here reaching Castle Age, but actually I should have, if I had sent the skirmishers back and pressured with the archers and knights at this point, then sure, why not? But since I didn't clean the mess at my base, my opponent was able to, and he was able to do that. A few minutes later, I kept on struggling way more than I felt. So kill death ratio better, didn't guarantee a win, and army high tells some story. Resource gathered, yes. Exploration, very good. Villager max, as mentioned, very good for my opponent. And APM now reaching the numbers we are aiming for, and perhaps that's also why it felt good. But you do very little with speed if you are doing the wrong decisions. So that's something for the future days, probably, to try to improve upon. But GG, and thanks for the learning experience to my capable opponent, VincentVega. And now perhaps would be a good time to aim for the last game of the day, just to make up for yesterday's rest, which you can tell worked really well, because the first game was pure gold, only good decisions were made, and my opponent had no chance from the get-go, and perhaps that means that I should have more days off. Some might say that even a few years off could do good for the society. Now let's see if there's something I have missed, which is quite often the case. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, and yeah, Tsura AOE, thanks for the follow. I don't know if I mentioned that. I remember reading it and nodding in a appreciative fashion, but thanks for the support. Oh. Okay, this is how the game works, yes. Now what was this? Bohemians against Britons, so I get to practice them a bit more, and we have MegaRandom, so there's who knows what to expect. First MegaRandom that I've played perhaps ever, but luckily I've seen it played a few times. No, wait, so we are Bohemians, so no practicing there, but luckily we know what to expect, since clearly British aren't that good. I don't know what I was thinking, but they aren't that good, so we should have no problem getting rid of them. But now MegaRandom is one of those maps that I'd like to think that if it had existed way back when, oh yeah, when I was a kid, I would have enjoyed it very much, since I felt that, oh, you can't push things with horse. Okay, fair enough. The randomness of this game was what was really fascinating to me when I was younger, and even still it is, since when comparing, for example, to chess, there are of course video games like that as well, but I'll start with that. The openness makes the game fair to a certain degree. Why not? But I enjoy the fact that there might be things happening that you may not be able to realize, and then if you happen to have game sense, then that can be rewarded. Even if you are sort of bigger player, like when it comes to chess, there may be some similarities here, because I usually, there was a time when I read some chess books about openings and what have you, and I think I even managed to memorize some early moves, but it felt stressing in the wrong fashion. Could have been just me, that if I made a mistake, or if my opponent played well and knew how to defend against my opening attempt. All right, yes, houses are the thing. Yes, that's a very clever house. There are going to be no downsizes to that ever. Right, and we might also need. Okay, well, what we are going to do then is we are going to mill those poor animals and try to get some food from that. Nope. Even if there's a chance that they get demolished later on, we will take that with open arms. So yeah, so about chess, it was stressing to see whether I can, if I manage to follow the opening as it was designed to be played, and then if my opponent was cunning enough or good enough player to be able to compensate for my opening, then what's the variation that I should apply to, or apply after that. And it felt like the person who is able to remember more things has the edge. And while I have nothing against remembering things, I'm also one of those few people who may talk to the clerk at the store and then catch any items we happen to have bought and be stopped at the door out, that perhaps you should pay for those as well. So thanks for the stories, but we would also have use for your currency. So that is to say, I may be losing my memory eventually, but now I'm creating very vivid fake memories about. Ooh, so there's a dock. But is there any deep fish? It's a possibility, of course. Are they? Is the is the warfare over. I'm going to have to create a few farms. Yeah, there's no stopping that. So is the naval warfare going to play a factor here? Remains to be seen. At least it's one way to stop my brave millers from doing their work, so there's that. Once you are done with that, you can probably think of building a few farms, and same applies to you, although we are lacking wood for that, and we are lacking food for that. Oh no, everything's a disaster. Well, that's how things go in life sometimes. But in comparison, Age of Empires was really cold, so that feels like archers. Barracks only now appearing from the wilderness. And what I could try to do to overcome that pressure is probably what's on the outside of the map. Yeah, but so what I could try to do is to move fast and also create scouts, since we should be able to have a decent cavalry if we are able to produce those fast enough to prevent our opponent from creating any nasty things against us. We still should have a minute or so. Houses, yes. Always needed. Not always there when you need them. Dum dum. And then once we get more of this is terrible. Yes. Wheelbarrow is exactly what we need in situation like this. Very essential upgrade to have at this. Oh, so there's Mars outside. Okay. So not too many resources to be had, at least short term. So a few scouts, always a good idea. And then after that you can have that, and after that you can have that, and then that. And once that's done with, you can move to this gold pile. Good idea. Okay, so tower rush, that's also a valid way to approach this game. And now they should know that we are. How good are these against galleys? Not very good. Na 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 na. So more gold is needed. Now we are very clever with our approach. Usually towers can be stopped by creating towers of your own, so that's always a good idea. But let's see what's the situation is against or at our. Oh no, we are plugging our own scout here. But we can see for our own eyes what's the situation like over there. And now we can try to think of the ways we could stop our opponent from benefiting from the situation we are in. Dum dum dum. Few stone miners there, yes. Neatly walled in, very good. What about you? How are you doing? Hello? Hello, just passing. Dun 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 dun. And perhaps we could do a tower of our own. Somewhere like here, for example. Oops. Well, that may have been not very ideal position, but we can tolerate that with our excellent micro. Just like that. So somehow our scouts are dead, but alright, we should probably get few units here to make something happen. But well, we of course asked for a messy game. I don't know if he will ever notice to attack this one. We'll see. Where are our units? We are not being too fast with those. So there are a few units of theirs doing magic. Oh no 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 no. Very good. What a clever chap. No 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 no. Da 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 da. And here are a few spears. Yes, very neat. It's enough to secure, but what if I'm ever able to create a few skirmishers of my own? What about then? Da 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 da. Right, I should be producing more units than I currently am. So a few scouts would be nice. Just a few skirmishers, yes. Very nice. And since they only have a single archer here, da 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 da. We could try to get rid of that. And then a few oh no. Alright, so what have we here now? Oh, more houses, yes. Messy game, but of course a very fun one as well. And now I had garrisoned a few. Goodbye, villager. So what's the pressure we are having here? Non-existing, okay. And there we could try to send a few soldiers of our own. Perhaps try to get rid of villager here and there. And see what happens. Market would be a nice building to have, so let's do that and give them the signal that we are about to go out, because about to go up. Never out, but always up. Because that's what we are going to do. Oh no, they beat us to it. And we are only just having the plans. Oh no. This is terrible news for everyone following us. This is probably the reason why we should have build orders prepared. No, 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 no. You destroy that. Yes, thank you very much. And once that's done with, we can still presume that they don't have much going for them, even if they have the occasional score lead here and there. Yes, why not? Why not? How come the towers don't hit a villager walking? Oh, I may learn one day. Then there's this demo raft stealing our focus and trying to aim our arrow fire, and we should probably invest into a few more. We are soon castle age, so we shouldn't probably spend too much time on that wood line. A few skirmishers more, and then we should have enough to invest. Let's see if we can destroy that. Oh, but we don't have to. Dun 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 dun. So castle age, here we are, and then we can start to invest in other things that we see worthwhile. So they have some pressure here and there, yes, but we don't care about that too much. Looks very clever build, of course, but we should have enough stone to make a castle happen. So we can build it there, just to make sure that it actually happens. Let's see. This is a risky move, of course. But we can hope that we can get rid of the army numbers like this. And then we should have a knight or two to save ourselves as well. So in we go. Dun dun da da dun dun da da. Goodbye, goodbye. Nice push you had there. Dun 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 dun. And the secondary or third would also be a very good addition, of course. Now I haven't been watching too careful. No, we don't want to invest in it skirmisher. We want to create more units, like units of value, such as these. Right, goodbye, goodbye. It was nice having you. Never come back. But now I should be able to create Husafb wagons, and they are of course very strong units against any situation. And is there something I am missing? They probably have a forward base of some sort. We can go verify how their units are doing elsewhere. But I'm not really sure about this approach of theirs, because Husafb wagons are of course quite weak against mangonels if amassed, but I'm still having some capabilities to create knights, for example. But I don't know, if perhaps I'm behind in numbers, and that's what shows here. And I also think that Husafb wagons are better against like if there are only a few, then I should be able to micro against the Mongols in some fashion at least. So remains to be seen though. They are even good against. Okay, well this is nice. And there's a castle. I could build a castle of my own. Just call a few people to do that to make it actually happen. And this should be this should give me a really nice position as well. So I'm not sure about this approach. Well, too bad for you that the single villager arrived early to start the process and give up what was about to happen. But so now the thing I'm curious about is, was it good idea to force me to focus on stone mining? Because that's what happened when. Let's stay here and like try to stay defensive. Because now that I was encouraged to collect stone for my towers in order to defend against the initial push, I also accidentally ended up in a position where I had enough stone for the castle sometime later, which I wouldn't necessarily have had if I wasn't pushed towards that direction. So now I'm thinking that while this is more or less dead, this initial push of theirs, my counterattack should have some capabilities to harass their economy and whatnot. So since Husafb wagons are a very good unit, I don't think I should be, or anyone should be, encouraged to use them. But here I might be a bit off. So I lost a few knights perhaps. Then there's this secondary push coming here. And perhaps it would be a suitable thing also to upgrade this eventually. But now the way I could lose this game, there are of course multiple ways as always, but one of the ways is if I neglect my economy. So that's probably something I should try to focus on. And what's the situation here? A single galley here, okay. But it wouldn't surprise me if they were the... Ooh, so they have monks here. Good for them. Demolition raft. Do I have enough to create monastery? Hopefully yes. And then see where that takes us. I'm not really fond of that idea. Let's start with this wood gathering. Gunpowder units move faster, that's handy. Now do I have enough for devotion? Now I do. And my opponent is probably using monks, of course. Ah, what a pleasant sight. This is. Oh no, now I accidentally moved all my villages here. Don't you dare go. Or tried to move them. Oops. Run away! Defensive castle, do we care about that? Not necessarily, no. Let's choose a defensive position, while also move a few units from here to see whether we can prevent that from happening. Perhaps. Ah, there's a name for a castle like this, but it's still going to go up since there are so many villages. Like the whole city is gathered here to enjoy this parade. But the losses are also immense, I would dare to say. So let's run there, try our very great capabilities, and try to buy ourselves to the next age before it is too late. So yeah, woodcutters needed everywhere, very good for you. And then more Husafb wagons is the play, I would say, and a few knights to fight them off. Alright, I was also supposed to create a siege workshop, just for the sake of it. And now let's see what's the situation around here. So there's something coming up here. Good for you. Hello, hello. Just passing, don't you mind me. Dun da dun da 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 dun da da dun da 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 dun da 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 da. All right, one of you was perhaps supposed to create that thing too, but well, there's time and place for everything. And now we could probably try to send a few units. What happened? Ah, the second you watch away, everything goes awry. But yeah, I'm currently having quite confident feeling about my current position. But the score is quite close. And I'm facing a capable opponent since there is a quite large army of units. Oh no, not like this. Already at the horizon. Or in the horizon. So the way I can lose this game is by not creating important upgrades, for example, as stated earlier, and omitting the much needed upgrades for other units. Perhaps a few rams would be in order. Just what the doctor ordered. So they have a mass of units. Yes, very good for you, but is it good enough against this? Let's find out. And if it is, then perhaps we can try to add a few. No. Units of different sorts to help us. What's going on here? Not too much, okay. Now perhaps it would be a wise decision to run away yet again. Perhaps, just saying, perhaps. Let's see. Goodbye. Goodbye to you as well. Fighting under 2 TCs, is it too much? Could be. Ooh, yes! Yes! No! Bad timing. Cancel everything. Ooh, so there's something here as well. Okay, so what we can do now is to create a huge amount of knights, for example. Let's do that. Just for the sake of having fun. Since we are lacking on the cold front. Are we really? Well, perhaps we wouldn't if we did utilize this here. So a few units to help us with that, yes. And then we can carry on with other things. We still have a few units here. Not about to lose them like this. No. Almost did, but it wasn't our intention. And then we are still lacking quite a few units. Where is stone? Is there a stone on the island? There might just be. Well, let's send a few units here, and then we should be able to upgrade our lighter units to see what's happening. So there's a chance that they are utilizing the forests on the outskirts, so we should try to look into that. And we have had a chance to stay in this era for quite some time now. Okay, so they have a good number of units. Elite Husafb wagon it is. Oh no, they made it. And now suddenly I'm behind in economy, and otherwise probably as well. Oh no. So what to do now? Well, there's always this manual play. We can try to create a few skirmishers just in case. Of course they are not going to be very good against the mass of archers. But if we play our game cleverly, we might just have what it takes to. Oh, and we also get the unique, this bombard cannon, so that's what we need. And we also know that Britons in general are weak against ram push, because they mostly have. Let's take care of those, please, if possible. Thank you, very good. Very nice having you here. But now we of course could use, thank you, a few more heavier units as well. Goodbye, Mangonel. Now the castle fire is tickling in a bad way. but I don't think. Ooh, yes. Like, this is not the right place to be fighting. Right under the castle fire and whatnots, but oh, no. Dun dun dun. Run away, run away. The numbers are in his favor, I would say. But does it really matter? When we still have quite a huge... Where's our gold gatherers? Here. Good. And we also have this army that I had just slightly perhaps forgotten about. But there are misplays left and right, so that isn't too fatal, I would say. Goodbye to you too, sir. And then there's this single chariot doing the work. And now we could try to do something like this. Since we have plenty of resources, we should probably utilize them. And just like that, very good. And a few farms to top it off. Nice upgrades here. Oh, having, yes, no worries anywhere. Okay, well, this trickling of units is not very clever idea on my part. So now, perhaps. Da 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 da. We don't care too much about those. Oh no. Let's not lose those to those that. Tra la 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 la. The town center was of no value at that point ever anymore. And we are in position to produce, but not too many units, I must say. Popcat at this hour? Who are we? Now a few chariots here and there would be nice. No demo ships. No. Well, having one like that isn't too bad. And then perhaps just building a few rams and pushing them here would be nice too. So where is the extra gold I've been hearing rumors about? Tell me all you know about that. So we are using gold to produce Husafb wagons, and we have some occasional. We could produce more of these. Good idea. Occasional skirmishers to help. Now we shouldn't waste our gold units. That's a given. Let's see what the situation looks like at my opponent's backline. At least the score is changing in a vivid manner. Nice thing to witness that. And we could probably... What's this now? How dare you try to do something to stop me from doing my thing? Not very nice thing, in my opinion. Now rams aren't very good against ships of that sort, we learned. So something you learn every day. Something new you learn. And inwards we go. have been able to kill a few villagers. Let's see what's the status like further up. Dun 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 dun. Is there any more gold to be found? Perhaps. And it probably wouldn't hurt to build just one of these before we carry on with other tasks. A few stables, why not? What was it? 6. And then more scouts, more Husafb wagons, yes. They are probably thinking of that they are doing or making progress, but in actually they aren't. It has more to do with my lack of doing anything that. But also they get to fight under the. But well, the rams are doing the work, so that's nice. And we are also able to harass their economy ever so slightly, so that's nice. And luckily we still have some gold income and a plenty of food to create what needs to be created. So I think situation is looking very good for us, even if we are losing units left and right here and there. But now we lost our source of gold, so what do we make of that? Seems like there's no more gold to be found here. More farms could perhaps be one idea. And what? What's wrong with our right? Okay, so they noticed this massacre in the wood line. Very cleverly they had prevented the wood lines of theirs to be assaulted from that direction. I don't know, perhaps they just lacked the time to add more walls or deemed that it wasn't necessary. They also had run out of gold. Yes. Well, that's neat, and I only just now ran out of gold from my side. Perhaps because I was not utilizing my my villagers that cleverly. Okay, but this was a tough one, and it's exciting to see what I can make out of the this game via the recording. Because I can understand that once they utilized all the gold and didn't have the patience or the eagerness to mine the rest of the stone and perhaps sell it if needed. Alright, this is not capture rates, and yeah, it's still like 500 stones, so not too many reaches to be found from that. But still, after they lost their gold units, the archers and the trebuchets, and weren't able to create more mangonels or onagels, there was very little for them to do. Like, they could always change to cavalry and start the spam in that fashion, but since I had gold units, and it seemed that I still have gold even if I only had 100 in the bank left, because I didn't realize that it was actually all mined from the map, so I was utilizing it like there was no tomorrow and wasting my gold units. I didn't realize in how dire situation I was in. Right, but so some points go in our favor, but very even game, I would say. They had largest army, being that much more careful with the archers. I felt like, whereas I was throwing in a very familiar fashion, unit here, another there, to their deaths. Villager high, there has been very few games where I've managed to keep villager numbers in my favor. And from the timeline you can tell that they have invested. They even had cannon galleons. So yeah, but chemistry makes sense since they are utilizing archers, so they will want that in any case. Yeah. But let's have a quick glance at capture age. Ooh, how long? A year ago, an hour ago. Yeah. Okay, well, this time isn't very well synced. But if I'm correct in this reading, I understood that Husafb only just a few minutes ago commented or complimented the managers of the town, so the mayor and their assistants for handling the situation once the first tower appeared and to the edge of the town. But luckily I have seen quite a few games where the initial pressure has been like that at pro level, and the thing I took away from that was probably Doubt's advice that just that if you just keep your head calm and respawn with a tower when needed, then you should never lose to a tower rush. Of course there are exceptions, and one of the reasons why that might work very well is because it can be really daunting and anxiety inspiring thing to notice, even if you notice it before your villagers start to die left and right. In an ideal case, of course, you do realize it right away when the tower is planted, or when the villagers are moving towards your town. You already know that since this is only just feudal age, it has to be a tower, and you are able to preemptively stop that from happening. But of course in practice it might take the first arrows and the alarm and a few seconds on top of that to be able to stop that from, or to be able to react to that. And at that point there might be very dire looking situation ongoing already. Now I think the first towers were a bit off, but I may be wrong, since they pose no threat or initial threat. The usual case, at least the way I see pros playing it, is planting the first tower perhaps to secure the second one, so that's alright to have some distance to it, not aiming for the kill right away, but for example having a tower here behind this wood line and then moving towards the actual main wood line that I'm currently utilizing, instead of starting from the left. Of course, if they had scouted that I had all these 3 golds on the left side of the town, then it would make sense, why not, to try to take them out, but I'm still at least at this level of game that I'm playing myself, I see it more as a threat to lose my access to wood in the early game than losing access to coal. Especially since I had this secure back gold here. That I was able to utilize through it all. But it was a nice compliment, this level up beginner to advanced. Well, yes. I think it happened the moment I clicked ranked game. Instant experience. But okay, so the first tower gave away the plan by attacking the house, and that poses no threat to me. And the second tower did pose a threat to my wood line, so why not? Perhaps this was a very good angle to start with, and it was only because I thought and moved to the right that I felt that if they had started from here and would have had the capabilities to also threat my stone miners, then that would have been very preemptive for my tower defense, because now I had access to all the resources. Even though there are 2 towers up, I have abandoned a single lumber camp, yes, but I haven't had any major problems, not regarding my gold, not regarding my stone, because without stone I wouldn't be able to build but 1 tower, and in theory I could position it perfectly to secure them both, or at least to secure the stone, but that would have required me to be clever enough to take that factor into account. So in this sense I think that as I mentioned during the castle building phase later in this game, this approach was setting me up for a good position, because right now the Tower Rush has accomplished very little. 3 towers against 1, they have lost 2 villages. I only just lost my first, and while I have idle TC, that's, well, could be because they were able to idle few of my farms and I'm panicking and all that, but it's still I would like to think that it has been quite huge investment for a very, very little return at this point. But this is also because I couldn't handle my economy perfectly, because more professional player would have probably stopped the advancing with towers to the second tower and positioned it here in front of the town center, thus protecting the few farms and the farmers, and making it harder to advance. And then I would have been in that much more secure position during these minutes, the last few minutes and the upcoming 5 minutes or so, because the tower here would have also protected at least somewhat against this one that they are now building. But now luckily I have had enough stone miners to be able to, since it has been quite a few minutes since the beginning of the tower rush, I have been able to collect enough stone to throw in another tower. And one might also argue that this could have been on top of the hill to give it some extra attack, but those things might be minor details. But of course now I'm idling quite much of my economy and my opponent is leading with villagers, and they are only collecting stone with 3 villagers. So this, even if there's some long distance wood gathering happening here, this is still a very nice and peaceful setup that they are having. And I could have utilized my army probably faster and tried to keep it alive, which is quite often the case. One of the points where I feel like I'm lacking against this level of players, at least. That people are generally more careful with their armies than I have a tendency to do, or tendency to be. But now, at least to a point, one might argue that this tower rush has been rather good, because the attacking player has been able to advance to the next age faster. They are leading in villages. They have handful more of them than me, and they have had very few problems. Not like the eco kills, even though I'm raiding here right now, it's still not doing much, and they have managed all of a sudden to kill 11 of my units. So this is the stage where things are looking really dire. Now the reason I'm... Oh yeah, and they are also expecting me to move or to have this back food thanks to these towers. But since that wasn't the case, they are spending resources on things that aren't necessarily that useful. But what's going on now? So there are a few Mongols applying more pressure, which is good for them, and I'm still a minute away from the castle age. So one might argue that Husafb should have won from this position. I don't know if there's strong case to be made that this is exactly the position where you want to be as Bohemians in order to win the game. But this is where the misplay with army, if it ever happens to others, I think here with the Mongols, we faced the moment where I was able to climb back to this game. Since the pressure is, of course, this looks really scary, but still I had this hunch based on the recordings and the pro players' experiences that I have had chance to witness, that the tower rushes are usually very all-in play. And now that I had been collecting stone for quite some time, I had a chance to build this defensive castle, which in itself this is where I think Husa had trouble with the army, because he was really eager to end the game here. Like, the castle fails, it's never finished, I lose 10 or so villagers, more than I have before, and then that would be game. But since I was castle age and there were only a few archers, and I also had the town center, and knights had 1 armor thanks to the previous ages, I was able to get rid of the Mongols, and now the push is dead, as professionals might say. And now there's very little going for my opponent. I already have 2,000, there's third one is coming up. I have 4 villages queued, which is quite rare, So even though I'm still behind, 8 villages behind, and there's this worker efficiency difference, there's idle economy difference, and what have you there. But I still have had access to gold, I have had access to stone, and secure wood as well, thanks to this back forest. Had one of these towers, like, I don't think this tower played any role. If it had been built here and secured like that, with palisades and houses and whatnot to prevent any villagers from attacking it, then I wouldn't have been able to use any nearby forests when evacuating. Then building tower here and second one here perhaps to prevent all these safe looking wood on the mainland. And whilst I was trying to escape to the next secure wood line, I would have encountered a tower that was hitting or hiding there. It would have been really hard for me to climb back to this game, because the next direction would have been near the edge of the map, and there were demolition rafts that are able to kill 5 to 10 villagers depending how well they land their hits. So just imagine moving group of villagers to the forest, and then there's this demolition raft waiting for you, or surprise moving in while you are looking away for just a minute. Then that would have been a very devastating thing, having towers left and right and a forest that you can't really utilize. So I think the push wasn't really needed, the mangonels, and instead my opponent could have just spent those resources to build additional towers or other units like archers just to raid, because basically archers are moving towers. So having few archers here when I didn't have the town center before I reached Castle 8, or right after I reached but was still building, that would have been more efficient use of army than standing here and securing mangonels and failing at doing that, because he may not have known that, but I was behind in economy. So just sticking with the edge and not trying to force the issue might have been good. And here's where I think the tower rush in general was bad. Now that I was able to withstand the push for or up to the castle age and was able to build 2 castles, the Husafb wagons are really good, I've understood. And even though they might have some weaknesses here and there against mangonels, for example, it's still, as you can tell in the first encounters, it's really powerful unit even in small numbers, just having few here and there. And this is where I'm making a mistake, because I already have a handful of them. My opponent is rushing buildings to secure his economy. There are very little army to support anything, few pikemen. So what I should have done instantly is to move to a counter-offensive. That's where I think I could have ended the game. So if my opponent had the chance to do that 10 minutes earlier, now is the moment where I could be doing that. Just knights are nice and all, but I shouldn't waste them, and these wagons should be moving as fast as ever possible to get to the position where they can apply lethal damage, because there is, and I'm witnessing it, that there is food line back here, so I should be very eagerly moving towards that. And now it's going to be a rather painful thing to watch that for the next half an hour I don't make a move towards that. So I'm around it, but not really. Like here I'm just focusing on other issues, other very pressing and important issues. But so this is the moment where the game changed. So I'm cleaning this this forward that my opponent created, and I argue that he might still be could be utilized later on. But this shouldn't be like, since I have 2 castles, could have even argued to build third one here just to secure the wood line back here against demolition rafts with ballistics. Might have been a good idea. Now I was hesitant to move here because I had seen them floating around. But still, so just passing the castle, the town center, getting back here. Like, I'm getting there, but I'm not actually moving in, because getting here, killing 10 villagers would have made his game that much harder. And now it's probably because of the fact that I've killed quite a few towers and wasted resources from my opponent, that the score looks this promising. Because I'm still 10 behind in villagers. I'm thinking I'm in good position because I have 4 town centers, sorry. But you may yet again notice that I'm not producing from any of them. So I have half an hour of idle time from my town centers alone. And even if my opponent is also pressed to create something else. Oh, I was there. Good me. Or those were perhaps just evacuated. This is very important. Na 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 na. So we have been so close for so long that Husafb thinks twice about staying. But I could have had a chance to cause some damage. Let's put it that way. But when I finally moved in, it was too late. And the town centers are giving nice secure base. But this is the, like, even though I'm losing units, it's still under town center that has garrisoned 10 villages. And there are double the numbers in archers as well. So these wagons are really good. And then if my opponent hadn't started this game by tower rushing, I may not have invested that much in stone mining. So that's how I feel that it was a non-optimum strategy against an opponent that has rather good unique units that only cost wood and gold as well, giving me a chance to invest to Imperial Age that much more faster. But here, even here under the castle fire, these are doing rather well, I would argue. And this is the moment where I thought that, okay, you have a slight score lead, because that's sometimes telling, and it might be a good moment to get to the next age and see where that takes us. Of course, I didn't know that we would be somewhat even with villages, so I'm only now catching up with that. And as soon as I said that, they have 8 more queued. They have now 10 more than I do, because I have more pressing issues when it comes to placing siege workshop, for example, with my gold miners. Very hard thing to do while you are trying to fight a war elsewhere. But it's like this is not very good battle to find yourself in, but still these wagons are doing fine. And if I had 10 of them, they could just stay there and kill everything, like we are doing here. Like, some might argue, oh no, 2 demolition ships or rafts and 2 knights. That's probably was. Let's hope it was a good moment for my opponent, even though I missed it. There would have been other targets for those as well. And now here I'm pushing from the wrong direction, in a sense. Like I could just sneak past here. But that's also the reason they are doing these walls now. Huh. Very clever. And now they lost the market. Are they ever going to rebuild it? Or does it occur at the later stage? That it would be a nice thing to have. Mill, oh, they have another mill, so they can create the upgrades if needed. So I was feeling good at this stage, but I was behind 10 villages. So and still behind in resources collected. So I felt like I was in a position to push, and it was only a matter of time for my opponent to die, basically. When in reality that wasn't the case. And now I'm moving in from behind. Very clever move. These are probably going to die here, but that was still a thing of beauty. And there's the replacing market for the one they lost. So very important thing that I managed to destroy that. Few Mongols coming, and that's where these are going to die, but not with a single shot, so that's good. A few horses. I think my opponent is like, there's very like solid defensive build up, in a sense at least. I could do ram push from the left side, like force their attention, force them to split their attention and split their archers. And now this shows the strength of Husafb wagons, I would say. That even though there are only 10 of them, they are still forcing the opponent to retreat. Of course it's very clever if you have energy and time to do that, to also just retreat to save, to keep the distance and hopefully save a few archers. But since by doing that they gave me the heal, I don't know if that was a very clever move. But then again I threw away 10 wagons and gave them the chance to pressure me back. But still this there are very weird things happening in this game. Had I killed the initial dock, they would have, I don't know if they would have noticed that that one option would be to create these galleons. One thing that I might never get to know either. But now I'm finally leading in villagers, so, and I'm floating 3000 food, and eventually I'm going to realize that creating a plenty of more stables and a plenty of more even simply light cavalry would ease my job, because the Mongols were a threat, but not too much of a threat to Husafb wagons. If this is one of the places where I'm wasting armies, destroying a barracks that's not even fully built, while there's army fighting against me. But yeah, well, you can't be everywhere everywhere all the time, and this is very cleverly hiding here, this Sir Cavalier. But now I'm giving my opponent a chance to push back, even if I didn't feel that this was very important area. But I had invested in multiple farms, I had stables here and all, so why not? But the reason this happened was because I was lost with the waypoints, and I was grouping my wagons in the reserves. If they had, even if they had trickled into the battle one at a time, I may have been able to notice them and utilize them. Instead, these always have a chance to wait for 30 seconds or a full minute before they are called to aid the mission. But this is a rather nice thing to notice as well, that Husafb wagons aren't too weak against these rafts. Of course, demolition ship might be a different thing, but this is demolition ship. Okay, so I'll correct my previous statement that these are very strong against demolition ships. So perhaps if they are masked, then there's a chance to cause harm, but now they are more gimmicky thing to do. And now I'm again slowly walking in into the castle fire, under the Mongols fire, and the Husafb wagons are doing just fine. Like, someone might argue that one could take better care of them, and since they won me the game, I perhaps should have. But this is the moment where I've thrown away so much army that the score difference has changed to a stage where Hasa again has a score lead. And finally or how long has this been going? I presume it, yes, so for a few seconds or so. So this could have happened 5 minutes earlier, for example, and this also could have been a thing that I would have done more often, just sending a few cavalier or scouts to check the back lines. Because this unit here alone was able to kill how many? 6 villagers, and now suddenly we have a 20 difference in villagers, which doesn't right away give me any edge due to the fact that I'm not perhaps utilizing my resources very well. Of course, my opponent also is floating 3000 food and could probably make use for that, but the longer the game goes on, having a 20 villager lead, 25% lead in villagers is of course giving me a better chance to withstand this resource intensive phase where I'm throwing just a few like very many Husafb wagons away under the castle fire and the various other other projectiles that are thrown at me. But I'm also slowly getting grasp of the idea that perhaps I could just try to create 30 or 40 or 50 or whatnot scout cavalries and utilizing them. And since I have, at this point it felt like endless wood, now that the demolition rafts didn't attack my wood lines, and I had a safe farming economy set up, and I was floating wood. I felt like scouts is a thing I can do for the rest of the game if need be, and my opponent would be hard pressed to try to defend at multiple places. And here we can tell that rather great army management, where we are trying to get rid of the evil building, siege workshop that produces those very nasty mangonels and onagers, and only after getting the hint that there might be something happening deeper in the city or the centrum of the city did they move in. These light cavalry were able to kill quite a few. Let's take a look when they are still more or less alive. So we have 2, and where is the third one? Here. So we have 16 kills for them and 70 eco kills in total, and I don't think there are that many more threats. Okay, well, that's shooting a villager, that's very good, 72. But the fact that my opponent lost 73 villagers during the game, so they must have built 138, I would say. That's more than I did. So had they not lost them, that would have been very different looking game and would have played out differently as well. Well, yeah, utilizing my army better would be nice. Tower defense could have been done with more thought. So I have a feeling that the reason I was able to withstand the initial tower push was because the direction of the towers, direction of the push was from the left, and if the direction was like that, then having just a single preemptive tower waiting for me if I ever decided or was forced to move to this rightmost forest, or more or the forest right to my town, then or north to my town, would have made my life that much more painful. But it was clearly playing this very cleverly, since there were these demolition rafts waiting for me to leave the main island, and there were galleys to push me away from docking, why not, and also from these coastal forest lines, perhaps even moving them here behind the forest would have helped, or to the outer circle. That would have also made my cold gathering that much more difficult. But there was like a very clever idea behind this tower rush, so kudos to that. Even if after that I was able to utilize the stone that I was gathering just in case to build towers and get to this Husafb wagon, that was really powerful. A unit that saved my day there. I also luckily gave my opponent a chance to come back, so very well played by both of us. Much learning can now occur. And statistics wise, kill death ratio is in my favor. That's very seldom a thing to occur as well. Army high, very close at least, being 63 and 55. Resources collected. Eventually I was able to overcome my opponent by collecting 77,000 resources against his 70,000, but it took me a while to get there. Probably shouldn't have taken as long. And from society, fishing ships 6. Did they really start with fishing ships? That would explain something. I totally missed that since I was waiting for the towers to appear. And now APM peak 136. So there's hope. Well, these are like, shows also how well you can play with only 1 action per minute peak. Like if you know what you're doing, you don't necessarily have to bang the keyboard all the time. Because there was still pressure. I think that my opponent could have benefited from microing the Mongols better if he was really forced to do them to begin with. But I was really struggling to keep up with the whereabouts of the game, so thanks to this huge peak at 23rd minute time mark, there were probably a few moments where that helped me to keep a few units alive. I like to think it in that fashion, but the game, like it shouldn't have lasted this long, of course. So over 1 hour of game time. I thought that this was a like a tricky map in a sense that there would be very little gold, for example, and now there are no extra golds, but the 2 main piles and like the starting golds are more than you usually get. So this is still a very gold rich map, and the fact that we ran out of gold was due to the fact that the game lasted so long and was getting a bit stalematy until I added a few rams to be able to push my opponent and force them to spend arrows on destroying those rams, as they say one should do against Britons, because they don't really have a very powerful melee unit. Probably villagers are the best ones to fight against rams, and then of course if you happen to have mangonels and are able to utilize them to the extent, then why not? You can always try to kill rams with that as well. And these weren't siege rams, so that was of course a thing that gave my opponent a chance, or balanced things out a bit. And now I'm rewinding just to see the fishing ships, because I think that's very important. Because all I know that there might have been fish in the deep water that I just didn't realize. Or didn't realize because I didn't scout that. Likewise, I didn't scout the half of my map to make sure whether there were any additional gold, and only after my opponent resigned did I notice that okay, well, there is no gold left on the map. So few things one might try to learn. And also, since this was MegaRandom, I could have created or spent a few scouts to see whether they could notice something behind the wood line, just in case there was something like gold mines or relics or another land accessible for us. That might have been a clever thing to do, even if it wouldn't have changed the game since there was nothing. But if there was something behind the wood line, then it would be a good thing to notice before your opponent accesses it. Now I didn't do much background checks, so for all I know there could have been gold and stone that would have given my opponent a very good burst to aid him to get back to the game or to win the game, because back in the game he was multiple times and it was just a more luck based or civilization based thing. That, and the fact that I didn't do any OnlYKnuT, for example, to force the issue, that won me the game. But yeah, okay, so there has been fish, so they weren't in vain, so it was worth. And I could have noticed that if I had done a few or if I had done a little bit of better work at scouting. So there was a full of 800, 900, a plenty of gold and food to be accessed, and that's how they were able to get up that soon as well. Right. And that's why you should probably utilize water if you have any. So they are adding a dock, but why? Well, probably it's never a bad idea if you see a plenty of water to add a dock just in case. And this is something that I'm going to have to learn, because I was hoping to get away without doing one. And right away they find food. And let's see. So that was also why they were able to collect resources. If only 900 more. Now I would argue that since you have invested in these fishing ships, you should probably also invest to fishing traps, even if there is a chance that your opponent is going to kill them eventually. But now, of course, I wouldn't have noticed, and if there would have been like fishing trap dock, I could have done that. I just didn't think of it. You don't really need fish in order to utilize water. Yeah. So one thing I could have done would have been to create a backwards dock, perhaps wall it off, and just add fishing traps. So even if they cost, I think 100 wood or something like that to build, they still last longer than farm, and it allows you to create fishing ships. So multiple sources of getting people who collect food for you. So can't be a bad thing. But now I think that once this fish is utilized, the fishing ships are going to get destroyed. And I don't think that was the right call. Like, even if they are going to be destroyed later on, it's just 600 wood. I don't know. Perhaps he was housed and that made sense, and he was about to end the game nevertheless. So why bother with having them floating around? But I still don't think you should get rid of them, because they can always be used as scouting ships, if nothing else. But who am I to teach other people anything? Alright, but thanks for the game. It's time to summarize our findings. So what have we here? So we could claim that we have played a few games. Yes, we have focused on not wasting units. Yes, we have analyzed them and we have been rejoicing. We are not on a break anymore. And for the next day, so takes for the day 6. If there's water, it is probably reasonable thing to do. Reasonable to create fishing ships, even if only for traps. Pretty reasonable. Yes. And also game sense could use some practicing. Who's winning when? And why? But that's what we do. And that should probably also help us to get the next game faster if we ever find ourselves in a position where we end up lagging the game or postponing the inevitable moment of resign because we think we have a chance when looking at the statistics later on and the gameplay, we can tell very soon and with quite a large confidence that it takes a very major throw from our opponent for us to get back to the game. But very good, I would say. So thank you for the day and hope you have a wonderful day ahead of us. And if you happen to have multiple days left, then let's hope that at least most of them are upswingy and positive and filled with joy. Thanks and see ya again. Bye bye.